Alrighty, I think this battery might be a little low. Let me just change that out. All right. All right, cool. Let's do this. So today, I'm gonna mess around with creating some new images and stuff for the stream, and then after that, see how I'm feeling. I might want to keep working, feel like I'm on a good pace, and make some more stuff, or I might just say screw it and jump straight into the Sega Saturn stuff. So we'll see. So hey, welcome to the stream, and yeah, let's do it. So I got GIMP open here, and then so I think the first image that I kind of want to mess around with is for a new series I'm putting together on my film production company's YouTube channel, which actually, why don't I link that? Yeah, let's link that here. So if we go to YouTube, and then we go to Broken Bread, and then we sort by channel. It's going to be this one. There we go. And so I'm going to put it in the description of this video. Some images made for Broken Bread Productions. There we go. Cool. So yeah, if you're interested in checking that out, that's in the description of this video or live stream. So yeah, basically I have like a new series that I've been wanting to do for a little while on there, and I've been kind of trying to figure out how I want to set it up and like how I want it to look, and I've been brainstorming some ideas, but I think I kind of got an idea today that I really like. So initially I was using, there was like Silent Hill. Yeah, I even have it searched here before, sort of a dark movie theater. I was really liking the images that I was finding. I mean, this one's really cool. And actually, I really like that one a lot. I don't know if I saved all these, but go to tools. Yeah, that one's pretty big. So let's save that one. Just save it into pictures for now. And then kind of like these ones too. These are kind of cool, like inside the movie theater. Kind of small. We'll save it anyway. Doesn't matter if it's kind of grainy. We can always like sort of scale it up. I like these ones too. These are kind of cool. Well, let's use the tools here. We can search by larger images, so maybe we'll get some slightly clearer pictures here. Just search movie theater, Silent Hill, pools. Yeah, this is another one that I was looking at, Silent Hill Downpour. Had some kind of cool stuff. I don't remember where I saved these images. McCabe and Mrs. Miller. Interesting. Not a silent movie, but yeah, so there was like some cool images with that, and then that kind of had me thinking about like David Lynch always puts like theaters in his, I shouldn't say always, but there's a lot of theaters in his work. There's a one in Mulholland Drive. There's this one from Eraserhead. And then there's one in, I guess there's technically multiple kind of in Twin Peaks, depending on how you kind of count it. But then, and apparently there's one in, Inland Empire as well. I didn't remember that. But yeah, I think these would be kind of cool images to sort of mess around with. So let's look at sort of larger. So his current little production company that he's doing stuff like on YouTube and stuff like that is called David Lynch Theater. So obviously searching David Lynch Theater is going to return results for that. But yeah, stuff like this is really kind of cool. Maybe to mess around with. We can save that one. But there's the one in the return. So David Lynch, let's see, theater, not Mulholland Drive, theater, Twin Peaks, return. Oh, this is cool. A lot of the cast and it's all cast that it looks like. Ray Wise is there, cool. Yeah, it's like this. Yeah, here we go. It's this theater. Where they watched this movie. Oh, I didn't spell it right. Oh yeah, I put an extra H in there, didn't I? So yeah, then let's do. Yeah, so there's like this theater, which is like really, really, really dark. I don't know if we'd want to necessarily use that, but let's just kind of search around and see what we can find here. Yeah, it's interesting. That's kind of cool. Doesn't work for these purposes, and I don't want something so explicitly sort of Twin Peaks or David Lynch, like as soon as you look at it, it's so obvious, but yeah, I almost kind of think that it's like something like this. Oh yeah, I forgot about that scene where the giant flies up and stuff is coming out. That's really cool. There's like this black thing coming out of here. Fireman's house. I would have almost called it like the White Lodge stuff. Oh, yeah, stuff is a little more clear here. Twin Peaks Return, White Lodge. See what that brings up. Yeah, that's bringing up some images of that. Tools, size, large. Yeah, so there's a lot of different things. I'm kind of realizing now that those images, like these ones in the theater and stuff, are very, very dark. And then also the fact that they're black and white might not really work for these purposes. This is a cool image. No, we don't want mobile. Stop it. Very cool. We got the Laura in the orb. We got Bob. We got who we always assume is a young Sarah Palmer. Day, and then, of course, Dougie / Coop and the frog bug. This is the hole that Andy looks up through when he's in the White Lodge. Dougie, Coop. And then this is the phonograph that I think we see at the end of the first episode of The Return. Yeah, a couple of just random other pictures. I didn't see a link. Oh yeah, here we go. I like to just kind of check these images out. I think I've seen a lot of these images before. I feel like, yeah, I have a lot of these saved on my computer because I just love sort of the look of them so much. You got the agent played by David Bowie there. Diane. Bob. Laura. Got the David Bowie there. Leland. This one's really fucking cool. So unique. All sorts of different images throughout the show. Really cool. Criterion studio visit with Greg Ruth. Huh, very cool. Very cool. Maybe we'll watch that another time. How do we open that? Guess you can't. We'll just save it there for now. So, yeah, I think those ones. Let's try the movie theater. Movie theater. Make sure the audio is coming through. Yep, movie theater on what was that one that we saw? Oh yeah, Inland Empire. Yeah, there's these images here, which are pretty cool. But yeah, really what I would want to look for is like historic movie theater images, sort by large ones, and then just sort of see if we can find something kind of unique and strange to mess around with. I like the look of this one. This one's pretty cool. Very dilapidated. It might be fun to use. Huge image too. Well, not huge, but pretty big to mess around with. So I haven't really said necessarily kind of what this stuff was going to be for, but so this series on the Broken Bread channel is going to be a series where I'm still kind of tooling around with it a little bit and kind of how I want to well, I'll explain what it is. So basically this series is one where I kind of want to watch a movie, whether it's something I've seen before and I kind of want to talk about it, or if it's something I haven't seen before and I'm excited to check it out, or if it's something that I haven't seen before and I've heard it's kind of a total mess and it might be like a cool learning experience, but sort of from a filmmaking perspective. And so, as I've sort of written or co-written 4 short films now and directed 4 short films and produced all 4 of them, I feel like I'm getting these sort of filmmaking skills under my belt. And then, whenever I watch movies now, I feel like I pick up on things. And so having a series where I can watch a film on that channel with an audience and like with you guys, and then if you find that stuff interesting, and I can sort of talk and react to it and react from a filmmaking perspective, from a filmmaker's perspective, almost have it kind of be like a watch along, probably because I've watched probably over 1,000 hours of Mystery Science Theater now to this point in my life. There'll probably be some like riffing in there and goofing around because I probably just won't be able to resist. But and then the other thing I think would be cool to add on to that would be then pairing it with one of my other favorite loves in media, which is video games, which is what this channel is all about. Excuse me. And so being able to find games that kind of connect in theme or in style or in vibe or in content or whatever to the film that I've watched. And one of the ones that I'm thinking of doing now, if it works out, would be like Mad Max. So the original Mad Max film from like I think the very early 80s. Is like free to watch on YouTube now. So I could watch that film. Then I could do sort of a commentary, reaction, watch along kind of thing. I have seen most of that movie, but it's been such a long time, and I have lots of things to say about that movie. It has in some ways made a very big impact on my filmmaking career for a few different reasons that I think will be fun to talk about. And then pairing that with a couple different games. I've written down a few here that I think would be fun. There's a game called Battle Wheels for the Atari Lynx, which is the Atari handheld system from the early 90s. The game Road Blasters, which is like an arcade. I think it's come out on a bunch of different systems, but the ones I know of, I think, are arcade. Came out on the NES. I think it also came out on the Atari Lynx. And then one of my all-time favorites, because of the soundtrack, is just absolutely a fucking banger, is Battle Cars for the SNES. So like finding some games that aren't necessarily just watch the Mad Max movie and then play the Mad Max game, but games that kind of play around with similar ideas of like car battling and stuff like that, I think is kind of fun. So that's just kind of the idea of this. And so, one of the things I'm kind of thinking for, do my David Lynch fingers here. One of the things I'm kind of thinking for, sorry, I'm listening to music that you cannot hear, but I'm going to turn it up in my headphones just a little bit because it's very cool. It's on the Animal Collective right now is what it's on to. I'm digging this. Add it to one of my playlists. But make sure the audio's still working. Yep, everything's good. Cool. So yeah, when I'm watching the movie and doing that probably as like a live stream, I'm thinking that it would be cool to have, sort of a visual on screen. And so I think in the case of like this, for example, like having the movie, I even kind of just love this image by itself, maybe like recoloring it and reworking it a little bit, but maybe somewhere kind of like in here, setting up my cam so I could be kind of like, sitting in this corner. I don't know if I wouldn't do like a green screen effect, so to speak, and have myself like, look, a little guy in the theater. But I think it'd be cool to like, set up my cam kind of over here. And then for the most part, kind of have the film, obviously for copyright reasons, I wouldn't be able to just show the entire film and play all the audio for the film, as I'm watching. I think there are probably some movies that I could do that with, like on YouTube, for example, like, movie, or whoops, let's go to YouTube, and then let's go to, which channel we logged into here. Yeah. So if we searched like, full movie giallo, like these people here are uploading apparently like full giallo films. I got an Edwidge Finich film here. They're even using her as their channel logo icon here, and here and here. She's very popular on this channel. Maybe, yep, and here as well. They really love her on this channel. She's a fucking phenomenal actor, so I totally get it. And a super babe. Yeah, look, they even have given her own playlist, her very, very own playlist. Or I guess all these different women have gotten their own playlist, so to speak, but you know what I mean. So yeah, like these movies, in theory, you would almost kind of think that you could watch them on YouTube and like, restream them without, sorry, some more awesome music coming through. Oh, this is cool. This is a Sons of Kemet featuring Sons of Kemet and Koji Radical. I don't know if I've heard this yet. Is this what is this? Well, let's add it to my playlist first because it's very cool. Very jazzy, but it's almost got like a dubstep kind of UK bass, grimy kind of vibe to it. I don't know if I've listened to this album. Let's just listen to the whole thing. So yeah, I think you get the general sense of what I'm saying here is like, if these people are able to upload a full movie to YouTube and just have it be here, you would think that someone could theoretically watch it and do commentary over it and show the entire movie back to YouTube. You would think. I don't really know. I mean, we could even test it, like if we wanted to open up, maybe not this movie, because I know that movie does have distribution on DVD right now, but like, let's try a random one here. I don't know this movie, but let's jump ahead, like this. And, oop, no. So if we sort of do it like this, and then we would have to turn the audio back on here. Probably a little louder for you. Let me make sure it's not too loud. Turn it up a little bit. Yeah, I guess this is just a way to, if we wanted to kind of do a cheeky way of testing whether or not these movies would get us a copyright strike or not, but here it is. This is it. This is the test. And as you can see, we're not getting any copyright strike stuff there. Just check our live stream, make sure, yep, coming through properly in theory. Go ahead and pause that. But yeah, we're not getting any copyright strikes. I think they generally tend to pop up here. Stream health is good. So yeah, that's kind of my thinking with it. I would most likely, so we can go ahead and stop this. Make that full screen again, and then just turn off the audio for this. What was I going to say? So yeah, a couple different options. If we did in fact show the entire film, it'd still probably make it like a little smaller and shrink it down into this window here. But my way of kind of thinking about it, oh, that's cool. This little emblem above the door almost has like a Twin Peaks-esque symbol. What is that symbol? I guess that's like supposed to be the Jaude symbol, which you can see here, actually, right in this little logo, that little circle with the antennae that kind of come down. It's funny how that's almost reflects right in that image there. So that's kind of neat how that just happened. Sorry, I'm getting distracted again. So, but I'm thinking if my cam is kind of set up here, the film would kind of play here, so to speak, but not play the whole time. We would play like an intro thing there, or, whatever it would be. But then when I would want to make sure that the movie is synced on your end, because I'm going to be pausing, I'm going to be taking breaks. Once I start the movie, I probably won't just let it run like all the way straight through. I might want to pause to like talk about the film and reference different moments, or if like something really kind of unique or sort of fantastic happens on screen, I might want to pause it and just kind of elaborate on it and talk about it and rewind it and go back and blah blah blah. And then in the case of taking breaks, as I mentioned, get up, use the bathroom, blah blah blah, because I will want to do it sort of as a live stream. But then when we want to like make sure that the movie is synced back up for you all, I would want to show the film and play some of the audio. They do that if you've ever watched or done any of the like riff tracks, RIFFTRAX is a really cool, it's like former Mystery Science Theater 3000 guys. they record themselves doing audio, doing like riffs, they call them, like jokes over movies, and you can like download the MP3. And now they have like a whole system where you can like auto sync it up and blah blah blah. But they used to have it where it was like, they would have different moments in the movie where I think they would say a line of dialogue, or they'd have their like robot helper or something say the line of dialogue in the movie at the exact same moment that it's happening. That it's supposed to be happening on your version of the movie that you're watching at home. And then so, if your version is a little bit ahead, then you kind of pause your version. And then if my version's a little bit ahead, you pause me for a second, and then it kind of syncs it back up. But, one of the things that I really kind of don't want to do is, because this would be, I think to pull this off, it's going to be for most people, it will be a multi-screen experience. Like for example, in riff tracks, the way that, I did them with my friends back in the day when I would watch them with friends occasionally. And we would get together and be like, oh, let's watch a riff tracks. I remember we watched I think it was Weird Al Yankovic and, Mike Nelson doing a riff of Jurassic Park. That one was really fun. I think we did like a Twilight one, maybe the first or second movie. Those were really fun. But yeah, basically, okay, still haven't gotten any copyright strikes. That's good. What am I trying to say? So when we would do them, it would be like, in our case, it was either multi-screen or multi-device setup to pull this off. And the way we would do it back then, this was like 10 years ago or maybe even more, we would do, I think we would we'd watch the movie on like a DVD, because that was how we ended up maybe choosing which movies that we got from riff tracks, because my friend already had the DVDs or something like that. But then we would download the MP3 on a laptop, and then have the laptop set up next to us. So the movie would be playing on the TV kind of across the room. We'd have the laptop next to us. And I think now, with the sort of advent of smartphones being so prevalent, really kind of the best way or the easiest way for most people to do this, or with a laptop, since you'll be able to watch this live stream that I'm doing, or that I'm, planning and hoping to do. I will do. I am doing it. I'm putting that in the universe. I'm going to do this. That it will, in fact, be easiest to do it kind of multi-screen. So, for example, if, just checking something here. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think the easiest way to do it is if you have like a smart TV or a TV with like a Roku, then you could either, buy the movie on there or stream it. Like if it's streaming on Netflix, for example, you could, that might be really cool, because, like we don't have a Netflix account in this house anymore. I know that's probably, crazy, to most people. It's like everybody has a Netflix account, but, we got rid of ours because it was just like, what the fuck, we're not even using it. I had not watched anything on it in well over a year. And my mom wasn't watching anything on it. And so we just decided, because, I had a Netflix account for the longest time and she was using my password, and then she got a Netflix account and then I was using her password, and I basically was like, hey, I don't watch it. If you don't watch it, let's save the money. The price keeps going up. That's a tangent, but basically, like, if I am able to watch a movie and I know that it's also streaming on Netflix, which would be really great, is people could pull up the movie on Netflix, have it queued up on their TV, get it to the right part, pause it, and then pull up the part of the kind of watch along commentary, reaction, whatever, stream of this guy, and then sort of make sure it's synced up and then start it up. And so they could watch along, take breaks at the same time, and I'd want to probably get like some sort of little timer, to kind of mess around with. And so that's kind of how I imagine the best way to do it. Cause then, I mean, it's like a little complex. I would maybe want to get to the point. I would want to do some that are using the actual films straight on YouTube. Like if we know, for example, this film, Don Franco y Don Ciccio Eliano della Contestazioni, and click to subscribe. Huh, strange. You just click the subscribe button. New channel. Interesting. Okay, but I think you get the general idea of kind of what I'm saying. So some of them would be ones where you would have to do it on a multi-device kind of level, and then other ones I would be able to show the entire film in that little box, and then be doing commentary and whatever, and then occasionally when I pause it, the film would pause and we would talk, and then we would go back to it. So yeah, lots of different little kind of ideas to kind of mess around with, but I do really like this image as I've been talking through this, kind of with you all who may be watching. I'm really kind of immediately falling in love with this image. So I say we maybe just use this one because it's so cool and sort of unique and bizarre, and yeah, it's just really cool. So let's go ahead and save this image. I may have already saved it. I did not. So let's go ahead and open it. Cool. Go ahead to downloads, pictures. What was it called? Movie theaters. There it is. So go ahead and open it in GIMP here. Yep, go ahead and convert. And it is a 1600 by 1285. And so we would want a 1920 by 1080 image, but to pull that out of this image might be a little bit tough. So I think, yeah, let's just see what it looks like, because I'm almost imagining, what's half of 1920 by 1080? Half of 1920 by 1080. Half the resolution. 720p, which is what, 1260? No. What is 720p resolution? Oh, well, yeah, 1280 by 720. Okay. I don't know if we need to go that small. Let's see. 1280 by 720 is that. Why would you do that? Why would you immediately just change size? What? It's so annoying. 1280 by 720. Oops, 720. And then let's move. No. Okay, that's very annoying. I don't know how to move it. Well, I guess it doesn't oops. I'm gonna go back. It doesn't really matter as long as it's kind of in there. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but I don't think it necessarily needs to be that small. So I'd say, yeah, because I'm kind of thinking it would be like screen and yeah, so like screen and balcony, the word I was looking for. Like that. And okay, what if we do the 1280 by 720? That's right? 1280 by 720. Well, let's try 1480 by 7, 8, 9, 10, 1020. Wait, what? 1280 by 1580 by, which is plus 300, right? Yeah, by 1020. Yeah, 1280 by 1020. Yeah, because this image is 1600 wide. I mean, that's pretty good. So what if we kind of split the difference on that and we brought this down to 1400 by 920, like that. What would that look? Oh. I'm very confused here. All right, let's do. So it would be 1480 by 920, like that. It can be 1380 by 820. I think that might be good. What is wrong with you? Move! You give me the move tool. So frustrating. So yeah, then it would be kind of like that. Where do we want it? Kind of like that. Just slightly off center, enough space there. It can't go really any higher. Squinting kind of helps me. Kind of helps me to visualize it a little bit better. Yeah, it can't. I think like right there might be good. And then if we Control C, Control V, paste. And then we do image to layer size. Just delete this thing. Feels weird that it's like a little off center though, doesn't it? Yeah, let's back it up. All right. Now we do a Control C, Control V. Needs to go a little more to the right. Just like that. A little more. Yeah, I like that. I like it. So now we just go ahead and delete this. Do layer. Layer to image size. Nope, image to layers. And then I don't really have any specific colors, honestly, for just check and see how this is doing. Seems to be doing okay. Not really choppy or anything, which is great. Yeah, I don't really have any colors that I'm like totally crazy about that I'm like, oh, we need to use these colors. I'm kind of digging the purple in here. I kind of almost like the idea if we went ahead with like colors, if we like colorize, nope, color to alpha, posterize, nope, I always forget which one it is. Tone mapping, components, threshold, nope, I will find it. Take a little break with these headphones. Those headphones kind of hurt my head a little bit if I wear them for too long. Kind of just squeeze my head. I really like them; they sound amazing. But yeah, they just kind of squeeze my head. I only got the normal tier level of that brand of headphones. I decided not to go for the insanely expensive version, which I assume are a little bit more comfortable. Bow. Everything is running. Yep. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Let's just check the OBS. Yep. We're not getting any. Oh, I guess we've dropped some frames, but 0.5% of frames dropped, which is good. I guess as long as it's not gotten completely out of sync, then it's still good. But it doesn't say that the encoder is overloaded, which is great. So, yeah, I like the purple. What I would want to do is almost kind of take any of the reddish tones and maybe turn those a little purple as well, because I am digging this purple. And actually, the first image that I started messing around with this, I was using a Silent Hill screenshot kind of thing, and I was changing the red curtain on the stage to a purple curtain, which was really kind of cool. How the hell do you do this, though? Colorize. This just colorizes the whole thing, which is cool. We like. Filters. There's no color filter. How do you do this? I can't remember. Colorize, posterize, color to alpha, threshold. No. Colorize, no. Posterized, no. Color to alpha, no. Dither, no. Don't know what that means. Alright, so let's go to tone mapping. No. Info, no. Map. Color exchange. I think that's what we want. From color red to color blue. And then what do you just have to hit this, and it didn't do anything. Colors. Components, auto. Map. Rotate colors. Yes, this is what we want. Okay. So basically, I think what we want to do is we want to take our reds, anything that's very distinctly red, and we want to change it to more of like a book, change it to more of like a purple. It's giving us a very strange effect, isn't it? Very strange effect. Yeah, I think that's what happened. We went back over ourselves. And that's why it did that. But kind of like this purplish blue. And we're going to say anything that's very sort of distinctly, oops, stop, distinctly kind of red, reddish, yellowish. Funny that it's not picking up that curtain. Guess we could do multiple passes on this. Yeah, I guess one of the better ways to do this is to duplicate it, and then with this one, the layer mask where white is full opacity, and then here we would want to use black. To almost create like a and sort of figure this out as I go. Get like a paintbrush. Yeah, that'll work. Trying to think here. We make it black. Everything black will become opaque. forgot the way to do this. Yeah, how do you do this? You would do it by, you want to break each section up into chunks. Oh, I think I know. So you would do on this layer, you would do a filter, or I'm sorry, color, tone map, components, map, sample colorize, no, colors, color exchange, no. So here, on this one, for example, under red, like anything reddish, like that, would become purplish bluish, like that, right? So then we would, which looks pretty cool. So we would say, yep. And then we would say, we want to see this. And then we would want to use then a layer mask. Add a layer mask. White is full opacity. So then remove the parts that we don't want to have changed. White was full opacity. So what we want is black. Black will give us our transparency, like that. Yep, and it'll let those other colors back through. And then, yeah, and like all these little places down here, we don't necessarily want like all that stuff. Actually, I don't mind that that's kind of like that. But yeah, so like that spot, we kind of leave it alone. Kind of don't mind these spots in here being kind of how they were color-wise. Let's kind of shift them back ever so slightly, like that. And then yeah, that looks pretty good. Now we should be able to do it again. Tone mapping, map, rotate colors. And now this time we go in the sort of yellow zone. Have those go a little bit more greenish. There we go. I was selected on the wrong thing, I believe. Now we should be able to go colors, map, rotate colors, and then I don't like the idea of, oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, that's wild. I kind of wanted to go the opposite way. I kind of wanted to go like everything in here. Kind of wanted it to be. I know it does feel like I probably could have just almost like colorized the whole photo. But there are parts that I want to sort of leave a little bit. Yeah, let's try this. Oops. That looks pretty good. I like this being remaining sort of whitish. That's kind of cool. Oops. Yeah, looks kind of good. And then let's see if we can do it again. Switch back to here. Colors. Rotate colors. Really like to try and get these sort of map them to green, because then we'll be able to see if we're actually getting them. Yeah, see, it's like those in there that we want to be like dark blue, dark bluish, purplish, almost kind of like, yeah, that looks kind of cool. Yeah, I like it. It's very strange looking. And then kind of almost like to do something with these two colors here, sort of below the screen and above the screen. Like that. I don't mind that there's little bits of purple in there. That's kind of cool. I think that's actually, yeah, that's part of like the original image. And that's what's kind of coming through. So I think what would be cool is if we go to this original image, if we were to go to colors, oops, on this one, let's duplicate it. And then on this one, colors, saturation. Yeah, you can sort of like bump up the saturation of the sort of gold and stuff around there, which is kind of cool. I like that look. Actually, I just thought of something. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, back here. I'm back on over. Make sure we are back in business. Bring our friend the camera back up. Go. So yeah, I think generally I'm pretty happy with it. It doesn't seem like it's 16 by 9, does it? 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Oh, because it's not. Because it is not. That's fine. I guess once I drop it into OBS, I can just move it around. I didn't get the dimensions correct. I don't know how I did that. Huh. That's all right. So yeah, I think the only place I sort of see it being a little weird is kind of up here at the top. But yeah, I kind of would want that to be like more, kind of more dark purple up there. I think how I would do that. I can't really think of it right now. So for now, I'm just going to go ahead and skip messing with that. So let's go ahead and let's copy. Or not copy, we already have, this is already a copy. And then we're going to color, hue, and saturation. And saturate it. Make it a little lighter. A little brighter. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Change the hue. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of it being like a darker red like that. Kind of neat, but but I guess this is kind of the starting off point. I kind of like the idea. Initially, I was thinking it'd be cool if it was like more kind of like goldish. How does that look? Kind of interesting. More yellow, more towards the red, reddish orange. Kind of like that. Kind of cool. Something sort of unique and weird. Might actually look a little better, like desaturated. So it's kind of brighter than it has. Yeah, that's kind of cool. The red and the purple is kind of cool together. It's sort of a unique color combination. Yeah, I kind of like it. I'm almost having to do that like pinkish red. But I think in the case of this, we would actually want to go what happens if we add a layer mask here and then we use that? Oops, can't see the layer below. Now we're getting some real wacky kind of color combinations by bringing this through from underneath. Kind of cool though. Yeah, I actually like that. That's really kind of cool and bizarre. We'll kind of clean up this area over here. Not really sure how that ended up like that to begin with, to be honest. Really, at this point, I'm kind of just wanting to find the places in which we don't necessarily want the little green bits and stuff to kind of be coming through. Kind of playing around a little bit with letting certain things come through and not letting others. A little smaller here. A little smaller. Boy, a little smaller. That should do it. Yeah, sort of like that. And then here, kind of let that bleed through a little bit more. Maybe kind of let this be reddish. Actually, let's let it be, see what it looks like. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I like it well enough. And that would mean not really sure why that turned red. So let's go ahead and let it return to its original color here. Just maybe because it had so much of a certain color in it, those colors turned red. Really the only thing I can think. So then up here, I think we want to use maybe not that small. I don't think this is going to quite work, but let's check it out and see. Easy fix to get it to go back. No, that is not going to work. But I have a different idea for that, actually. But otherwise, I think it looks pretty cool. I think for that part, it might be cool to go to this, go to the colors, remap, rotate colors, and then anything in that green space, we're going to have that be like that darker red. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Gotten most of it. It's missing just a little bit. That's kind of neat. Kind of liked when it had almost just like a faint little hint of green bits kind of hiding in it. Almost like that. Yeah, that's cool because then it's just like sort of sprinkled in there ever so slightly. Let's see, down more, no, up more. So split the difference. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Let's save this, by the way. Save this as, what are we calling this? We're calling this broken bread film reaction series movies watch let's watch. Cool. Yeah, I like that, and I actually kind of almost like the idea. What if we then just hit this one more time with the saturation, scale ever so slightly. And then levels. I almost want to like just bump up the green stuff ever so slightly, but I just kind of don't know how to do that. Don't know how to do it. I'm sorry, I don't know how to do it. All right. Deserves a little bit of a stretch. Stretch it out. Colors. Color balance. Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a way to like pick out those colors and sort of highlight them, but I do not know how to do that. Yeah, let's bring the highlights. The highlights at normal. Let's bring them down just a little bit. Just a little bit. Can't really figure out what the shadows are doing. Shadow, color adjustment. What does this look like? Kind of like the idea maybe that what if we let this come through a little bit here? Why is it not drawing anything? Because those are on the top layer. That's why. That's kind of cool. Very strange. It's like they sort of pop out, almost like hover above it now. I kind of like the idea of those shadows not being such an intense color, though. So bump this down a little bit. Oops. I want black. And on this one. Yeah, that works. Cool, cool, cool. I think we can almost kind of call this done. Done enough for now. Go ahead and hit the save button. Go ahead and hit the export button. Export as, oops. Just put it in stream images for now. Oops. Go from Broad Streams. Let's watch background. Cool. And then we would need to have one where we would be able to make sure that's not messed up. No data. What? Okay, that freaked me out for a second. Made me think that OBS had just crashed or something, but I guess it's still live. Let's just double check. Tap the live button. Yeah, seems to be. I'll say live. Cool, cool. Seems to be working. So yeah, what we would want to be able to do is have one where the curtain disappears and then the film would kind of play in the space behind it, which is pretty easy to make. So if we do file, save, and then if we do new layer group as image to it, like that, and then we can duplicate layer, get rid of this. We can merge, oops, I don't know why that happened. Just merge down. merge down. And then we're going to, already apparently has an alpha channel, which is great. It'd be cool to have the curtains like be two separate pieces that could kind of slide apart. Don't know if I really would know how to animate that though. So for the time being, we are just going to, oops, already has an alpha channel. Yeah, so for the time being, we are going to do it as, I'm just going to straight up erase it. Yeah, we want to erase on this channel. Why is the opacity so low? And I like how this light coming in from the left is kind of casting the shadow. So I'm going to play a little bit with that. And now we need a much smaller size, like so. Even smaller. Not quite that small. Go with 5. Kind of funny, still keeping some of the junk in the trash in there, kind of like that. All right. So with this one, go ahead and hit save on it. Here we can do a light and shadow, drop shadow. And then let's move it there. Pump the opacity way up. And then turn the blur radius down a little bit. Blur radius. Pretty bright light, so it should create some kind of distinct shadows. Yeah, that should be good. And that will actually help me to... Oh no, wait, shit. Alright, let me see what settings I used, because I do not remember what settings I just used. Watch our own screen back. So we got 9, 9, 3, 1.6. 9, 3, 1.6. Alright, cool. Go ahead and Control Z that. And then let's just make sure for sure. Just add a layer, background. How do we paint fill? Forget. I forget. Why won't you let me draw? Or choose a color that I actually want. Active layer is not visible. Why is it in that? I don't want it in that layer. I want it... How do you get it out of that layer? or from that group. Oh, that's annoying. Now it's in that one. Let me put it outside of this group. Jeez. So goofy. This might be better black. Oh, definitely easier to tell with the black background. Cool, so now that can get turned off. And then now we can, oh, I forgot those numbers. I guess we can go back and watch it again. 0.593, 1.6. 0.593, 1.6. Um, Point 593, 1.6. Because you can't do those numbers. Cool. Cool. I'm happy with that. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Kind of getting the shadow that we created. Or to see the separation between the curtain and the trash in front of it. Cool. I might as well export both of them. File, export as swatch background with shadows on stage. Export as curtain open, shadows on stage. Yeah, I like this. I kind of like the idea of maybe that being it'd be cool if there was like a lights turning on kind of projector thing that we could have almost like come down from the top, like a video that could play. I mean, that's like the very insanely high production value version of it, where it would be like the first image you would see would be this, and then the second thing is then the curtain would open, so you would take the two images and you would bring, have the two pieces and then just move them out. And then you would play the sort of light of the projector coming from overhead, which would mimic you're sitting in the theater, and then the light of the projector is coming down. And then I don't think the projector's, maybe the projector's in here. No, that wouldn't make sense. Maybe it is. No, I think the projector is overhead because you don't want to be looking through the projector light. So it probably isn't, yeah, it's not in the balcony because then everybody in the balcony would be looking through the light. So yeah, then the light kind of coming down from above. So you'd have it kind of go like flash, flash, kind of coming down. And then, you know, you'd have the movie kind of play behind it. But I mean, again, insanely high production value, kind of unnecessary. I kind of like the idea of, I kind of just like the idea that like once the curtain opens, you just get, you know, the movie kind of playing behind it, just as we're planning it. And then the movie disappears again. So we have all three versions. We can mess around with it, see which one looks best. Let's stretch a little bit. Otherwise, yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. You know, we'll mess around with like actually getting it into OBS later. I don't need to necessarily do that on stream right now because it's just going to give a lot of those like weird, you know, like infinite mirror effect that you get when you like open OBS like this, or seeing like it's me and then it's me and then it's me and then it's me, it's me. I'm pointing at me and then I'm pointing back at myself there and there and there, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, we don't need to mess with like getting it into OBS right now. It's not really fully necessary. So yeah, let's just go ahead and save this. I'm pretty happy with this. Honestly, I might even use this as like the main thumbnail for these too, just because I like how it looks and it's kind of cool and unique. And yeah, we'll see. I'm not super beholden to any one particular sort of thumbnail style for this. Kind of play it by ear. Yeah, but for the time being, this we are happy with. So let's hit save one more time. Go ahead and close that. And then we can actually, yeah, I'm really happy that got done. It took a little while. Obviously, I work a little slower in the photo editing software because I'm pretty new to it. I don't want to say new to it, but I'm not a consistent photo editing tool user. I don't use, you know, it's not something that I use all the time for my work, but I shouldn't say that because, you know, some jobs might be watching this, but I do feel fairly confident in it. And I think that's, you know, sort of the most important thing is that, you know, I feel as though when I have an idea and I sort of can, you know, tweak and kind of get there. And I think in the case of this, you know, we get something kind of cool out of it. So, you know, that's pretty neat. So, we'll hop on over to take a quick little break. When we come back, we will, try our hand maybe at a little bit of, Sega Saturn. Play a little bit of this Black Dawn and, you know, see how that goes. So, yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes, no more than probably, 5 minutes. Yeah, and so, yeah, I'll see you then. Alrighty. I'm back. Go ahead and turn this back down. Alright. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop us over to the this computer, and what we're going to do is we are going to pull up our Sega Saturn. Time to play some Sega Saturn. And actually, let's do this first. Let's you know what? It doesn't matter. I was gonna swap something out, but cool. So I'm very excited to do for the very first time with this stream or with this setup. I got myself a Sega Saturn controller. This is one that's made by Retrobit. You can see right there, and it is a wireless controller, which is pretty cool. It's Bluetooth. So yeah, it's got like wireless Bluetooth. I don't know if you can see that. And yeah, it says it's compatible with Steam, PC, Mac, PS3, Android, and Switch. So that's pretty cool. But the Sega Saturn is one of my kind of, I guess, becoming one of my all-time favorite systems. I have this deep kind of crazy nostalgia for the Sega Saturn because I never owned one myself. I had a friend growing up who owned one. I'll probably tell these stories again multiple times because I'll be playing plenty of Sega Saturn games. And yeah, really like with the Saturn, I had like a couple of friends growing up who were like Sega kids, where our family was definitely more of like a Nintendo family, and and I definitely feel as though I was like a Nintendo kid. We had basically every kind of Nintendo system there was, and you know, we had the NES. I think was the first one that we got at my mom's house, and it was the first one I have kind of clearer memories of playing at my dad's house. You know, and then I got the Super NES when that came out, and got Super Mario World and those types of games. But then I had these friends, you know, the Burdews. I'll mention they had the Sega Genesis, I remember, and then I think the Sega CD was an add-on to the Sega Genesis, and I remember they had Sega CD because they had Sewer Shark, which I think was like a Sega CD exclusive. And then the Weiss family, you know, I remember they had the Sega Genesis. They might have even had the Master System, and then yeah, and then they got the Saturn, I think, pretty much right when it came out, and I even have distinct memories. I don't think I went with them to get the console from the store, but I definitely remember going to Toys R Us specifically, and they got Panzer Dragoon. So it was pretty soon into the console just having been out. The Panzer Dragoon must have been brand new. And then, what was the other one? They might have also gotten Virtua Cop 1 or 2, if that came out at a similar time. Yeah, let's see. Panzer Dragoon, Sega Saturn release. So Panzer Dragoon on the Saturn came out in March of 95, and then Virtua Cop. So it came out on March 10th of 95, and then November of 95 is when Virtua Cop came out. Is that right? Arcade, Saturn. It came out on the Saturn. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. But all that's to say, basically, that those experiences gave me such a sort of deep nostalgic feel for the Sega Saturn, because I remember those few games, and none of them were really games that, I was all that crazy excited about. It wasn't like, trying to think of a game that would kind of match that, that has happened for me. Maybe like Grand Theft Auto before I had a PlayStation 2. And again, the Burdews who I mentioned, they had a PlayStation 2. And so there'd be games like that where I would be very envious of them having that console and having access to that game. And I had a GameCube at home or whatever it was that I had at that time, or an N64 was the PlayStation era. So yeah, GameCube I think was the system I had, and I loved the GameCube. I thought it was a phenomenal system, and I liked it in the beginning, and then I kind of started to regret my purchase of the GameCube, but then just as more time went on, I just realized like, no, this system's really cool. It's really unique. I wish I had hung on to my GameCube for longer, but just because it was such a great little console. But I can still play those games, which I'm very happy about. And but yeah, all that's to say basically that the Sega Saturn has become this system that I have this deep nostalgia for. And with YouTube channels like Sega Lord X. If you check out his channel, this person, they just do these like crazy in-depth, things, and they're not an entirely Sega focused channel, exclusively, but they do a ton of stuff based around Sega, and that's kind of the jumping off point for most of the videos. And, the Saturn seems to be, Sega Lord X's favorite system. And so, they have a ton of videos, and then, all these other different channels that I've watched, sort of discovering all these Saturn games. And so, in the series, when I do the series on, a film and kind of pairing it with, different games with, again, similar themes and all that kind of stuff, you can damn well fucking believe that a bunch of Sega Saturn games will play a big role in that for sure. And you can also better believe that I will probably reverse engineer a way to play all those Sega Saturn games as part of that. And rather than pairing games with a movie, I'll probably more like pairing a movie with a Sega Saturn game, and then finding other similar games, because Sega Saturn is just such a fucking crazy, cool, unique system. And I did have a PlayStation 1 at a certain point. I don't really remember how that came about. And, the PlayStation systems, in a lot of ways, I have such a unique history with, because the PlayStation systems, I never owned those systems. Or, I'm sorry, I did own those systems. I owned a PS1 and a PS2, but I don't even know how I came into possession of those, because I didn't buy them to my knowledge, and they just kind of appeared, or I borrowed them from people or whatever. But I have very distinct memories of playing the first Metal Gear game on the original PlayStation, and a few other games. I think First Grand Theft Auto was on the original PlayStation. I think I played that on there. Yeah, and a few other games, and then same thing with the PlayStation 2. I do remember how I came into possession of the PlayStation 2, which is kind of a funny story that I'll tell another time. But the reason I wanted to bring out this thing is because this is what we're going to be playing Sega Saturn with today. We're going to be busting this open. I want to open this live. I haven't opened this yet, so I'm very excited to look at it, and then we'll program it to work with our Sega Saturn setup, and then we will play some Black Dawn. So, all right, let's do it. How do I want to do this? Oh, and the other thing I want to say about this before I Hello, yes, okay, it's working. Sorry about that. I screwed around too long and my computer went to sleep and it messed up all my settings, so sorry about that. Put that down, and then I'm gonna go ahead to, let's say when you are sleep, plugged in, never. All right, so you should be able to hear me. All right. All right. I think we got it figured out. All right. All right, let's try that again. All right, let's go ahead and, yeah, I think we can keep the music rolling a little bit. Turn it down just a hair. All right, so let's open this up. Oh yeah, the last thing I was going to say is I I was thinking about getting one of these. This is the wireless Bluetooth version, and I was thinking about getting one of these, a wired version, because then, obviously you don't have to worry about batteries. And I was excited to get one of the wired versions, basically this exact same one. This is the slate gray. It's kind of cool. You can see it uses the sort of like Japanese style. Everything is probably reversed, by the way. My camera's flipped reverse because of my setup here, so I apologize for that. Actually here, let's see if we can break the illusion for a moment. Can we do that? And then, okay, here we go. Configure video? Is that what we do? I don't know. I don't know. Huh. Thought it was there. Maybe it's here? No, it's not. Not there either. Yeah, I thought it was right here. There's a flip vertically. Oh, I think because let's see. Sorry. Yeah, here we go. We'll flip it back that way. Cool. So that's the way it's actually gonna go. So you can read everything here now. But basically, it has the Japanese style colors. It's got the pink start button, and it's got the green, yellow, and blue on the bottom three, like A, B, and C buttons there that you can see. And then I don't think this actual style ever came out in Japan with this sort of transparent color, but they call this slate gray. So the case itself is sort of slate gray, and then I think actually the two shoulder buttons are pink. Yeah, you can sort of see on the back here. You got the sort of pink shoulder buttons there. It's harder to do it with the camera flipped like this, but we're gonna do our very best. I'm actually going to flip it back, but I just wanted you to be able to sort of read it there. So let's go ahead and see, transform, flip horizontal. Cool. So now it's much easier for me to do it, because if I move it here, it moves the right way, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, so let's go ahead and open it. The last thing that I was going to say, I know I keep kind of stalling. I'm very, very excited about this. It's been sitting on a table in there for the last couple of days, and I've kind of gone, I'm not that excited about it anymore. But now, as I'm about to do it, I am getting really, really pumped. Yeah, the place that I got this from, I got it from a store, not too far. I go to an appointment on Mondays about an hour south of here, in like Southern Virginia, and there's this GameStop near there that I've stopped in a couple of times and gotten a few games. And just by chance, a friend of mine had worked on a game more recently that came out in the last couple of years that was like an Addams Family game that came out on the Switch, and called Addams Family Mansion Mayhem, I think. And I was just going in there and just being like, hey, well, I just wanted to see if you had a used copy of this game or that game. And, this very, I don't want to say obscure, but kind of like a little bit harder to find Addams Family game. They're like, yeah, we don't have it new, we don't have it used. And so for a few weeks in a row, I just kind of kept going back in there, just popping in, and lo and behold, they just had somebody had come in and returned that game, and I was like, oh, this is fucking perfect. This is the game that I wanted. I wanted you know, this specific Addams Family game. So Steph, if you're watching this at any point, I got that game because of you, buddy. I'm really proud of you for your work you did on it, and I haven't gotten to play it yet, so I'm very excited to check that out. Maybe Addams Family, watch the Addams Family play that game kind of situation would be a lot of fun. Especially the old Addams Family movie. I don't want to say old, but the Addams Family movies from the 90s with Raul Julia and I can't think of the woman's name. Angelica Houston? Is that who it is? Yeah, I mean, those movies are great, and Christopher Lloyd, and yeah, those movies are fucking amazing. And so yeah, I got that game, and so the guys that work there, the people that were behind the counter were saying, hey, if you're looking for more used stuff, especially if you want Wii games and Wii U games and yeah, stuff kind of more like that, because they had a couple Wii games, but they only had like 3 or 4, and they were insanely overpriced. And so I was just like, no, one of them was a game that I wanted, but not for that price. It was a game that I was maybe going to spend $25 on for a Wii game, but I was not going to spend like the $45 or whatever they had it listed for. And so they recommended this other place that was south of there, and it sounded like a used bookstore. So I was like, oh, that sounds kind of interesting. I guess they have games, and I've heard of used bookstores having that. And but this place is huge. It's called Second and Charles, and I think there's a few of them. There might be a couple of them around this general area, because it wasn't at the corner of Second or the corner of Charles. It wasn't at either corner or that intersection. But it was cool, and they have a big used game section, and so they had these, and I just was like in there the other day, and I was walking around, and I was like, I was mainly looking for games, and I had seen that they had some controllers, some used controllers they had like those, what are they called? I forget what they're called, but they're like the sort of modernized controller version of an N64 controller that can actually go into an N64. And so this was like my second or third time in this place, and I was wandering around and noticed that they had some little end units of stuff that I hadn't seen before, and they had these Sega Saturn controllers, and I was just looking on Amazon to buy one of the wired ones, and I was like, oh, maybe I get this one instead. And I was thinking about getting wired, so the wireless was a little different than what I was thinking about. So I was like, okay, let me look at this, and maybe I will get the wireless one. That could be kind of cool. And so I looked at the price, and I was like, oh, $24, huh? Let me see what the price is on Amazon for this one. And the price on Amazon was like $52 or something. So this is a steal, and if I really like this after playing with it for the next couple of weeks, I might just go back and get another one from there, because I'd like to get at least a total of 4 Saturn controllers, because there's a few Saturn games that can do 4-player. There's a few Saturn games that can do like 6 and 7-player. I think Vatolva can do like 7-player. And then there's even a few Saturn games that can do 10-player. Or there's one at least that can do 10-player, which is Saturn Bomberman, which I think would be really fun to try. All right. Did that work? Yes. Okay. Oh man, this thing keeps going off, and it's kind of my fault, because I keep rambling about these different things. So let me just fix this once and for all. There we go. All right, that should be good. All right, all the sound appears to be working. You're getting my voice, and you're getting, yep, and you're getting some tunes. Okay, so great. So, so yeah, basically all that's to say, I want to get a couple of Sega Saturn controllers to play a bunch of Saturn games. I have a bunch of Saturn games that I want to play. On top of that, I also want to, I got these because they're the same button mappings and layout as the Genesis controller. So let's go ahead and do it. Sorry, that's like 30 minutes later. I'm finally gonna slide this thing open. So let's do it. So take this sticker off first. Will this sticker come off? I'm gonna get this little sticker that they've put on there. No, that's like a safety sticker. Let's use our scissors here. Let's slide that out. Just go ahead and flip that. So there's a few Saturn games that use like okay, we got that snip. There's a few Saturn games that use like a what was called the 3D control pad, and that came out after the Saturn was released because they saw the success that the Nintendo 64 was having with the with their controller that had a you know, obviously a 3D joystick built into it, and the Saturn didn't have that right off the bat. So what they ended up doing was putting out this thing called the 3D control pad, which you know, was basically an alternate version of the controller. Let me pull up some pictures of it here. Sega Saturn 3D control pad. So you can see here what that looks like. Pretty funky controller, all things considered. But you know, this controller was really revolutionary in a lot of ways because it it was really one of the first. It was one of the first joystick-based controllers that there was. You know, obviously the Nintendo 64 was one of the earliest, if not the first, you know, by some definitions. But this controller set a huge standard for having not only the analog joystick, but also analog triggers on the back. And so, I don't know if there's like pictures of it here. Let's see if somebody's, oh my gosh, look at that 3D printed replica of the fake PS3 controller. So yeah, you can sort of see here, let me scroll. You can sort of see here the analog joystick triggers on it, and to my knowledge, it was the first controller to ever have analog joysticks. And it probably wasn't every single game that used the 3D controller joystick also took advantage of the analog triggers. You know, probably more likely just like the racing games and stuff like that. But still, it's a really, really cool, you know, kind of unique moment in gaming history for that reason, because it was one of the first. But the cool thing is one of the emulators that I use. Oh my gosh, this box is so cool. So you can see this sleeve slides out. You can see there's like a sort of reflective coating on the black box on the inside, so the sleeve has come off, and on the back it says Sega Saturn Retrobit. So these are officially licensed sort of Sega, officially licensed Sega controller. You know, and the cool thing is this one's Bluetooth by default and just, you know, designed to hook up to all those systems that are mentioned. But you can also buy a little adapter that will actually allow you to plug the controller, the wireless dongle end straight into a Sega Saturn, and actually just use this on a Sega Saturn direct, like an original Saturn. So cool. I love that design on the front there. That's really cool and really unique. I mean, I guess not unique. There's because it's just the controller, but I like how it sort of reflects the light. And yeah, so go ahead and slide it open here. Slides right off the top. Very cool. And then we get our little manual on the inside here. Wireless 8-button arcade pad, huh? And little instruction manual, and then the beautiful little controller itself, which just comes right out. I do think there are some of these controllers, I don't know which ones, that actually come with like a plastic box to keep them in. It has like a foam on the inside. I mean, I think this box that comes with it is plenty protection. And you know, I'm not the type of person that's running around with my controllers every single place that I go. So, yeah, but here it is. It's perfect. It's got a nice little feel. It's been such a long time since I don't even know if I ever did hold this like Model 2 Sega Saturn controller, because there's like a Model 1 Sega Saturn controller that's kind of wonky and not so great. That was like huge and bulky. Let's see if I can find that Sega Saturn controller. So you can see what a picture of that looks like. So yeah, you can sort of see the comparison of these two controllers here. So here's the one that we have here, which I think is like more of the Model 2. And then this is like the Model 1 controller. It's much fatter, bulkier. The triggers kind of wrap around the top and are almost like accessible from the front of the controller, which is sort of strange. And the D-pad wasn't as nice, and they tried to do something different with it. And I was not a fan. I will say that. I remember as a kid finding that to be a sort of a sticking point with something I didn't really love. But yeah, this feels good in the hand. I like, yeah, the buttons feel nice, feel clicky. The triggers don't have a ton of travel to them. They're just one little single tiny click. You can kind of almost see like just immediately as you touch it, you get the click, which I actually don't mind. I think the more I play with it, the more I'll kind of get used to it. And then they have rewind, fast forward and rewind on them, which I think the older Saturn controllers had that too, and I never really knew what that meant. And then yeah, and then the Japanese colors for the A, B, C, and then the start button, and then the pink triggers, you know, the pink on there, which I think looks really cool. So it is cool. Like I've ever since I first saw this design of the controller, I thought it was funny that they call it slate gray, because clearly this is like a gray color you can see here, but it does almost sort of look like more greenish gray, because you know, you are actually getting, you can see the reflection of the screen back in the controller, but it's almost a greenish gray because the PCB board on the inside is green, and that's kind of cool. So, oh, and cool, you can actually see the little spinning. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but you can actually see the little spinning rotary motors that will actually, yeah, you can see it pretty clearly there, but those will be the things that spin that should create the rumble. So that's neat that you can see them. I bet if you're holding it and something happens, you actually see those move, which is pretty neat. So cool, let's get this set up and let's play some Saturn. So yeah, I'm excited about this. The features, operation, power on, press home for 1 second to power on. Okay, press home for 1 second to power on. We are not getting any response, which means that it's probably dead out of the box, which is okay. Most things come dead out of the box. We just gotta try. I've heard that batteries tend to last longer if you, on the first few uses, let them fully drain and then charge them up back fully, and then fully drain and charge them back fully, rather than, you know, just charge willy-nilly in the beginning. That's what they recommended, at least for the Switch, in that instruction manual. So we'll go ahead and plug it into the computer here, get ourselves upside down. Get ourselves a plug. Is it upside down? No. Get it right side up. Ooh, vibrated. So it is now charging. So now we should be able to hold down home for 1 second. Oh. Oh, and it works in wired mode. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that. I thought it was a only wired controller. Cool. Well, I guess we'll just go with wired mode for now, while it charges. So yeah, let's do it. Man, I'm really excited about this. If you couldn't tell. Put those away. So, charge. All right. Really sorry about that. That was not an enjoyable noise for you all to experience, so I do apologize. So the reason that happened is I do use a lavalier mic, which you can see here for the stream, for a couple reasons. One, it's the only mic that I really have access to that sounds pretty decent. I don't want to just use the one that's built into my laptop. But two, it does give me sort of freedom of movement to kind of move around a little bit with the setup I have here. So, but yeah, I do apologize when because of the way I have the audio setup, system setup here, when if the battery pack dies on the lav pack that I'm wearing, then the device that's plugged into the audio interface just goes pure static because it's not picking up a signal, and so it starts kind of getting a little bit of a feedback loop from the computer. So Eventually, I probably should just move that setup away from the from the computer, and it would probably help with that. But yeah, I haven't really quite figured that out yet. I need to get another USB-C cable to run that further away so it doesn't feed back. So again, I apologize. I'm very sorry. Excuse me. I'm very sorry that happened. And if you're watching, I know nobody's watching live at this moment, but if you're watching this back after the fact, I'm very, very sorry. Because that was probably horrible. You were just watching a guy talk about a Sega Saturn controller and get it plugged in, and then all of a sudden everything went fucking bananas in your ears, and hopefully you didn't have headphones. So I'm sorry. Good news is our controller is working. The light is flashing, which means that it is charging. And so in the operation manual here, it says power on. Press home for 1 second to power on. 4 LEDs will flash at once. Power off. Press and hold home for 3 seconds to power off. Charging, plug, blah, blah, blah. If the controller is synced via Bluetooth connection to a console and powered on, you can charge and play. Low power. Cool. Connecting to devices. Go to switch home. Go to controllers, change grip order. Okay, so that's, oh, I see, that's for a switch. Here's PC Windows. Plug in the micro USB cable from the controller into an open USB slot on the PC. By default, the controller is in X input mode. LED 2 will remain flashing while charging and remain solid when fully charged. Hold B while connecting the controller to a PC to enter D input mode. LED 3 will remain flashing while charging and remain solid when fully charged. X input / D input with vibration. Press L and R plus start for 3 seconds to change into D input mode. LED 4. So D input plus vibration. Okay. LED 4 will remain flashing while charging and remain on when fully charged. Okay, cool. It seems to be working. So let's go ahead and try it out with the Saturn setup here. So to do that, we are going to, we're going to stay right like this. Just switch this over. Pull up our Chronos, which is going to be what we're playing Saturn on. We're going to load our Black Dawn. The game should load. Go ahead and turn off our music here. Our Donkey Kong country. We do have some sound coming from the Chronos. We don't need it to be too loud. I think this game is fairly loud. And then we can go to settings, and then input, and then pad, setup, and then let's see if we can assign the buttons. So that's going to be X, yep, Y, Z, A, oops, A, huh, okay, that's not really working, is it? Let's X those out. Try a new pad. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that the controller is plugged in. I don't know if it would, if it should. Who's the interface? Input. Okay, that's not working. Hmm. Let's maybe try to switch it to that other input mode and see if that works. So press L and R and start for 3 seconds. So it just vibrated. Close this. Go ahead and close all these, honestly. Reopen the Chronos. We will figure this out. If not, we could theoretically, probably in RetroArch. We do have RetroArch on the other computer. We could maybe try it there. Eject load settings, input, add. Okay. Okay, it appears to be working now. Yeah, I think the thing just needed to be reset because now it's being weird again. I guess we just keep restarting it because it takes the first couple inputs and then it just wants to be upset. So let's just keep trying. Input, add, down, right. I think we got them all. Just try and do it a million times. There we go. Alright, I think we've gotten them all. Let's try it. Load up Black Dawn. Go full screen. Oh, I see. That must have been the loading screen. Yep, press start. Okay, this screen is kind of quiet, but we'll bump it up a little bit. So start is not working.
2 hours ago.
So it's like the face buttons are working properly, but the other ones are not. So, oh, yeah, my like up is start. Left isn't working. Yeah, up is start for some reason. L and R are working. A and B are working. So yeah, it's really just my face D-pad is kind of messed up. Let's see if we could just change it. See if we could just get it to behave. Yeah, it's not working. And obviously it's freaking out. It's freaking out! Alright, let's go ahead and close it again. Just kind of keep trying because we almost got there. Chronos. We almost got there. Setting. Input. And up. Alright, we got one button. Try again. This is probably not very much fun to watch. Input. Right. Down. Left. Okay, that one didn't work. Try again. File. Settings. Input. Add settings. Start. Alright, I think that's all of them. Close. Okay. Load. Black Dawn. Go full screen. Once it allows me to go full screen, we go full screen. There we go. Got our FPS counter up in the corner, which we don't really need, but whatever. Just gonna monitor the screen real quick just to make sure everything is good. All that loads. Yep, start button is working. That's awesome. Yep, so the stream appears to be working. Cool. Alright, so we can go ahead and pause that. Oh, I still have the... Wait, what? Oh, it's... The song started back up when I went back to the page. My bad. Cool, cool, cool. I actually do want to hear the sound of the Black Dawn here. Get that going. Oh, it's kind of nasty sounding, isn't it? Yeah, that doesn't sound great, does it? Yeah, sorry about that. Well, we know everything's working here, so maybe let's just close this. Close some stuff that might be sucking up resources. That's a little better. Alright, So it's working. It's working, it's working. Cool. Let's try it. Our very first Sega Saturn game with the new controller. Scramble. Ooh, loud. See, I told you this game gets loud. Turn it down just a hair here. Probably not too loud for you because I tried to limit the amount that it's coming through on your end. All right, so yep, accept. Up and down is nose up. Turn left and right, forward and back. Climb and take off is Z and down. Okay, so you can ascend and descend. Oh, okay, with Z. Okay. And then you can strafe, fire, change weapon. Oh, wow, okay. Change target. My gosh, this game is very complicated.
2 hours ago, Hezbollah terrorists disguised as military personnel infiltrated Fort Dix and stole missile launchers, howitzers, and APCs. Using hostages as human shields, they were able to deploy the stolen armor in Central Park. Your first objective is to rescue the hostages and return them to the landing zone.
Cool. Give me 1 second, I will be right back.
2 hours ago, Hezbollah terrorists disguised as military personnel infiltrated Fort Dix and stole missile launchers, howitzers, and APCs. Using hostages as human shields, they were able to deploy the stolen armor in Central Park. Your first objective is to rescue the hostages and return them to the landing zone. Two hours ago, Hezbollah terrorists disguised as military personnel infiltrated Fort Dix and stole missile launchers, howitzers, and APCs. Using hostages as human shields, they were able to deploy the stolen armor in Central Park. Your first objective is to rescue the hostages and return them to the landing zone. Two hours ago, Hezbollah terrorists disguised as military personnel infiltrated Fort Dix and stole missile launchers, howitzers, and APCs. Using hostages as human shields, they were able to deploy the stolen armor in Central Park. Your first objective is to rescue the hostages and return them to the landing zone. Two hours ago, Hezbollah terrorists disguised as military personnel infiltrated Fort Dix and stole missile launchers, howitzers, and APCs. Using hostages as human shields, they were able to deploy the stolen armor in Central Park. Your first objective is to rescue the hostages and return them to the landing zone. Two hours ago, Hezbollah terrorists disguised as military personnel infiltrated Fort Dix and stole missile launchers, howitzers, and APCs. Using hostages as human shields, they were able to deploy the stolen armor in
Sorry about that.
Your first objective.
Have you been fully indoctrinated into the military way of thinking yet? After hearing that 100 times? Alright, let's do it. Operation Urban Shield. This is Central Park, apparently. Manhattan in every direction. Oh, no. Controls aren't working. Oh, I thought they were going to be working. No, we were so close.
Off course.
It's really the left and right stuff is messed up. Oh man, that's so annoying. I'm sorry. We were so close. Seems like overkill, but just gotta try it. Gotta try it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. It's gonna work. I can sense it. I don't need to see the FPS. And it's gotta load. Bow, 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 bow. Out for the very loud noise. Not showing that it's receiving any sound from the Saturn, which is great. Come on, please, please. No, why? Why? Why do you have to do this to me? It's gotta have something to do with that X input, D input mode. So, let's see. I had a feeling this was going to be a pain in the ass. I didn't think it was going to be this much of a pain in the ass. Stop being so big. I hate when Windows do that. Just go outside of the bounds of the frickin' screen. So annoying. If this doesn't work, we're going to RetroArch. Be easier to test if it would boot up a little faster, wouldn't it? Loading. Yep. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. You can do it. It's working. Yeah! We did it. Okay, so it did have something to do with that D input mode. That's forward, that's backward. The A is forward. Oh gosh. B is backward. And the dropping was going like that. Raising up. Oh, okay. And these two are shoot. This will change weapons. Oh wow, okay. And then I don't remember what this one does. That's how you...
Hostages spotted.
Oh, where? Get back here. Get wrecked. Oh, what? You're not dead?
Off course.
Where are you? Where are you? Okay, he's behind us. Man, they get around behind you fast, don't they? Not if you go backwards. Ooh. Some sort of health. Nice. See if we can... Yep. Yeah, backwards is awesome. Got one more. Oh no! Oh gosh, there's a lot of helicopters. Oh, and there's tanks? Oh my gosh, there's so many enemies.
Off course.
Where were the hostages? Alright, slow down, slow down, slow down. Okay, so the speed stays. Okay, so whatever speed you set it at is what speed it stays at. Okay, that's good to know.
Hostages spotted.
That is good to know. Okay, so the hostages are up here. Let's slow down just a little bit.
Hostages spotted.
Where? Where? Those yellow flowers?
Incoming missile.
Oh, speed up. Get away from the missile. Alright, so we know where that guy is. Let's go back for him. Slow down just a little bit. Alright. Oh. Okay, it doesn't DQ you if you... Oh gosh! You accidentally... Oh, I see him. Get in!
Go, go, go! I'm in.
Go up, go up! Oh, other way, other way. There we go. Alright, so now where do I take him? Alright, we can go.
Off course.
Oh, right there, okay. Alright, let's slow down a little bit. Try and come in for a gentle landing. And then drop us down. Oh gosh. So hostages, were they saved? fly backwards just a little bit.
Fuel bonus.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Armor bonus.
All right, we got him. So now we just go back up. We get back in the action. We're going a little... Oh, gosh. Oh, that's cool. Get some splashes out of the water. Where'd that guy go? Oh, he's going upside down. Get wrecked. Motherfucker! Remind me of my friend Andy when I say it like that. Oh gosh!
Hostages spotted.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Alright, so the hostages I think were more over this way.
Hostages spotted.
Whoa! Oh my god, there are so many enemies. It's a really cool game, but it's a super hard first level. The controller's feeling good though. Keep forgetting that I have the ability to kind of strafe around. Where are those hostages?
Incoming missile.
Beat up just a little bit. I think there were more over this way. Oh! Beat up! Outrun the missile. What is that? Time? Oh my god, that's so annoying.
Off course.
I do not know what that sound is. Aha, there they are. Oh no, those aren't people.
Off course.
Where are they? Should have made a better mental map of where I picked these guys up.
No fuel.
Oh,
We're going down.
man, this game's tough. Game is super tough. Why would you open over here? Oh, okay, it doesn't DQ you if you... Oh, gosh. Okay, so the sound can come up just a little bit on the game. Oh, I see. Just checking the volume on stream itself. Put in my initials. Whoop, I guess not. Try it again. Now, this time I'm going to make a mental map of where I picked these guys up from.
2
Alright, we know. Let's go up a little bit. We don't want to be too high because we want to be able to see them.
Hostages spotted.
Yep, there they are. Okay. Okay, so there's. Oh gosh.
Incoming missile.
No, 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 no. Okay. Get in. Did we get all four?
Go, go, go. I need a medic.
Yeah.
I need a medic. Go, go, go. Off course.
And then the landing pad is over here. Alright. And this should be. Get him just a little closer. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, little cars driving around.
Fuel bonus. Armor bonus.
It's all four. Is it over once we get all four? Oh gosh. Oh, forgot you gotta get some altitude before you can start moving again.
Hostages spotted.
Oh, I see him, I see him. Oh my gosh, there are so many things to shoot.
Way to go.
No, stop it.
Off course.
Alright, you do get a fuel and armor bonus for picking these guys up, so. Let's just go ahead and. Oh, I see him. Going too fast. That was the first guy I hit.
Out of here. Incoming missile. Off course.
Alright, here. Oh my gosh, what?
Yeah. Go, go, go.
Alright, we got all of them.
Head for the landing zone.
I'm trying.
Problems.
Hopefully we'll get the armor bonus.
Fuel bonus. Armor bonus.
Yeah, awesome.
Good work. The rescue
Yeah, we got it.
mission is over, and it's time to send the terrorists a message.
Heck
Destroy
yeah.
their mobile radar and clear the way for the F-18 airstrike.
Oh man, that's tough. Oh, and we're still on this level. We save. Let's do, what's this game called? Black Dawn. All right. Well, this was super fun. I know we didn't get to play for very long. I was hoping to play for a little bit longer, but it took a while to, get the controller and everything set up. So I think actually with that being said, we might call it there for the night. If you watched all this, I really appreciate it. If you enjoyed the stuff at the beginning with the let's turn this music down just a little bit here. There we go. Yeah, so if you enjoyed the stuff at the beginning with the making of the art piece for the Broken Bread streams, I thought that was fun. I was really proud to get that done, and I'm really happy that we got that done, because that's I think basically with that I could pretty much do that stream as I want to do it, and then I do want to think about it a little bit more, but basically I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. So thanks for watching that. And then if you liked the unboxing of this Sega Saturn controller with the cool little box here and the controller itself, I thought that was pretty cool. I'm really happy to have this because, as I mentioned before, I think this will be fun not only to play all those Saturn games that I really love, but especially because it has that 6 face button setup, which very few controllers actually do have that. But it'll be awesome to play Sega Genesis games, aka Mega Drive games, and Sega Master System games. So I'm excited to play some of those. And have a controller that's actually kind of designed for it. And yeah, really, I mean, I do, I do appreciate you watching. So whatever part of it you watched, if you watched even just a little bit of it, I appreciate it. But that's going to be it for the night. So if you liked the video or you liked even just a second of it, please click the like button below. If you want to watch some more, then please click the subscribe button. That's that big red button. Click that. A little bell icon will pop up. Click on that bell and say, I want every notification. And basically that will notify you anytime I put up a new video or go live. I mostly only go live on this channel. I don't really, pre-make videos and put them up here on this channel. I tend to do that more on my other 2 channels, like my own personal channel, and my film production company's channel. So yeah, if you want to see those types of videos, then check those out. Oh yeah, and the link for that other channel is in the description of this video, so you can go down and if you want to see when I start doing those Broken Bread streams where I do the movie commentary, pairing it with the game, then subscribe to that channel as well. But either way, I appreciate it. So, clicking that like button, I appreciate. Clicking the subscribe, clicking the notification bell is awesome. And yeah, if you want to leave a comment, that's always appreciated too. Tell me your favorite old console. If there's one that sticks in your head, your favorite old console or computer that you always have a nostalgia for, and if there's one that's sort of nostalgic for the purpose, for the reason because you never actually got to own it yourself, but played it at other people's houses. I'd love to hear about that too, because I think that's such a unique experience of something like video games where or like movies or something like that, or books or comics. I remember, I had a friend growing up, and he had these couple of Calvin and Hobbes comics collections, and I had these ones, and so we would share. So I have nostalgia for the ones that he owned, and he probably has nostalgia for the ones that I own. Same with some Ninja Turtles comics and stuff that I owned that he didn't. So stuff like that. So I'd love to hear in the comments which console you feel like you have the most nostalgia for, and even more so the one you feel like you have nostalgia for because you never got to own it yourself, but you always coveted it. And for me, it's obviously as I rambled on for a long time about the Sega fucking Saturn. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night, and I'll leave you with some tunes, and I'll catch you next time. All right. Thank you again so much for watching. Really appreciate you coming through. This was a lot of fun. Hope you had fun too. Catch you next time. All right.